to the station. The crowd squeezes out my frustration, and now I'm taking heat in the classroom. Oh well, I'll eat some donuts in the bathroom. Now I hear my friend got herself a boyfriend. They're going out for barbecue on the weekend. I see all of their smiles in their pics online. Wait, why is that making me cry? Oh my Prince Charming, where can I find you? How do I remind you of the dream we share? But dreams are just for dreamers, lonely hearts and schemers. Have got to break the chains of fame.
Good morning, great ace attorney, finishers, Ace from the hit series Zero Skin. He's back. He's better than ever. Good morning. How are we doing? Man, this music feels kind of intense, huh? It's time to finish Ryu off. Look, he's been waiting since chapter 1 of game 1 to be finished off. And I think finally he just... he's waited long enough. It's time. How are we doing? How's it going? Good morning. He needs this. Honestly, like, bro needs a win. And I do too. I'm gonna be so for real up front. I'm so lost in this case right now, and I don't know what the hell is happening anymore. So I'm very interested in like how, when we get back to this, like what the hell's gonna happen, because I can't keep up. I don't understand what's going on anymore. So it's really good. Great final case. Did you enjoy FFT? Yeah, honestly, Downpour, you could have stayed for the whole stream and I don't think you would have been spoiled for a single thing. Apart from gameplay. There was so no story whatsoever. It was like nothing happened. It was great.
Watching the VOD from yesterday felt like an old school Hannah stream to me. Mostly just cause it was 2x speed and I wasn't there.
Aww, the nostalgia. Wow. Thank you so much for the 11 months, Sharkasoul. Welcome back. I avoided stream to avoid story too. It was just so like... Here is character A. This is the role character A will play. And then that was like kind of it. That was kind of as far as the story went. You could watch the stream. It really was completely non-spoilery. I couldn't really tell you what happened. Saying because I gotta play FFT myself. Yeah, I feel bad for people who were like, yeah, I want to avoid story. Sad I can't be here for stream, because you could have been there. You would have missed nothing. It's kind of... Yeah. Yeah. But it was fun. I did have fun with the combat. It's hard though. It is hard. They aren't joking when they say tactics is hard. It's like, Fire Emblem, but like, brutal. I was going to avoid the stream for spoilers, but ended up staying because a lot of it was combat and tinkering and stuff. Yeah, there was not really... there were cutscenes technically, but I don't think they did anything. Yeah, a guy did stab a guy, but I'm happy to say that because it's not a spoiler. I don't know, it was just like, yeah, I guess he did that. Once I start, I'll go back and watch the VOD to see your reactions to the singular story moment that occurred. I can tell you what it was. I can tell you it was me just being like, damn, okay, this guy's a bit yikes. That was it. Damn, dude. Pretty much. I was like, damn, you got some favorites, haven't you? Jesus. And that was kind of it. He's not a bad guy, though. I don't know. I couldn't say. I know that chat didn't like my favorite guy, which I guess kind of checks out. My favorite guy in tactics so far, like, most people seem to want dead. Anna latched onto a problematic blonde freak I foolishly hadn't even considered being a problem for you. He was fun. I don't know. I don't even think he's problematic. I think he just has passion. I really don't even think he's a problem. Most people seem to have a lot of feelings about tactics so far and how it should be played. Yeah, like a lot of tactics about my tactics specifically. I saw in Silent Hill chat that you were talking about a character from F You Expect to Like, I think. Yeah. Basically, what I was saying was that I keep seeing really, really good fan art of the fox guy from Silent Hill F, and like I really want to play because of him. And obviously because of Silent Hill, but like he's really doing a lot for me. And then I was saying, like, I don't know if I can like it though, because I don't want it to appear on someone's feed and then them to be like, morally this is like atrocious and you should be cancelled publicly online. And so I'm just like bookmarking it and not liking it until I know, because he's a man in Silent Hill, and as we all know, there's only one good man in Silent Hill. And he's literally just looking for his daughter about this high, black hair. So yeah. My bookmarks looks insane, literally. I'm not here for good takes on who should be desired. No, like, I think it's like fine to have a crush on him or whatever. Like, you can like thirst after Pyramid Head. Like, Pyramid Head isn't a great guy. I don't care if you thirst after Pyramid Head. But it's more like what if the situations I'm seeing him be drawn in are like more yikes than I'm aware of, and I don't have the context needed to know. He's really active in the fan art, so I'm just kind of. Right now you're free, exactly. Living in ignorance. Yeah, me too, me too. Minmo! Minmo is growing so strong and healthy. Looking for his daughter? Sounds like he's better than most of the dads in this game. Damn. We're starting spicy soon. Perfect way to start off Spooky Month. The horror of having no more Ace Attorney. Great Ace Attorney specifically. Yes, so speaking of the fathers in this game, I have matured since last we streamed. I have decided that if I just like viscerally disconnect myself from having feelings, then I don't have feelings anymore. And I can look at characters completely objectively with no subjective feelings towards them. So I like them now. I'll take it, yeah. Press X it out. I'm really trying though, like genuinely. I care less than I did. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I care less than I did. How do you feel about Gendo Ikari? Gendo is literally in my top 5 of Ava, so decently. I don't really like Mikotoba. I still don't really like Mikotoba, but I think it's more... I don't like how he's implemented in the game. Like, I think they went to... I think they thought they were, like, doing something every single player would, like, love beyond anything, and I think they didn't do the work before that to, like, make me feel that way. But Harlock is... me and Harlock are friends again. Fun fact, you can actually do this, but for like your whole life, you can just bury it all and never feel anything. Really? I can never feel an emotion again. I'm kind of down for that. I'm kind of done having emotions. It's just like exhausting. How you doing, Zaid? I think I would have liked for Mikotoba to be more sexy and disastrous, but he has to have a more low-key appearance to function in the story. Yeah, he does, you're right. So you'll forgive the blonde. Okay, I really walked into that one, didn't I? Unfortunately, that man settled in my heart. No, that's so valid. Like, I think I'm sure for a lot of players, it works really, really well. I think for me, it kind of reminds me of one of my biggest problems in Trail's second chapter, where there's a character in that game too, who I think they think you care about so much. And I'm like, but you didn't care about him until the final chapter. So why would I have cared? I don't care. And that's kind of how I feel about Mikotoba. Like, I'm like, I mean, he was fine. Yeah, whatever his name was. That guy, yeah. Labubu. Labubu. This sounds like my issue with Iris and AI1. Yo, mine too, actually. That's another really good comparison. I had that problem with Iris as well, but I was just like, I don't care about Iris as much as I think you think I care about Iris. Like, she's fun. I like her. But I don't like her like this. I couldn't even think of who you were talking about, so not a great sign. Well, to be fair, like half the characters, that's generous. Pretty much all but like one character in second chapter are not done well. Hi, Artisian. I think it's because he settled in very early and he just stayed there. That's so fair. That's so fair. There are those characters where you just like, something about them clicks so hard in your head and you're like, I know that you're not leaving. It happens to us all with some game. Jin from the hit game Persona 3. I saw that guy and I was like, he's so fun. I like him a lot. The writers spend years with these characters and we spent a few kind of disastrous minutes with him overall. Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm willing to see what happens with Mikotoba, but at this point I'm not expecting much. I think he's definitely gonna have more. I think he's gonna be a witness or something in this trial. Because now we've entered like international politics level. So I hope he's in the trial. But yeah, I don't expect much. I did like the twist though. I'll stand by that. I think it's a fun twist. I think it's a cool twist. And I did like playing as him. That was fun too. I just, I think the main thing that I'm like, this shouldn't have happened is I don't think that they should have played that song in the reveal. The like partners song. I think it should have been like a really, really mysterious, like, ooh, don't know how I feel about this yet music, and then save the partners song for the first deduction. That would have been cool. Good morning, Quetzal. How are you? I forgot they played it anywhere but the deduction. I forgot that played during the reveal. Yeah, like it's not the music for the reveal. It doesn't, I don't know, I don't get it. I enjoy Mikotoba in the story, but I think he's just not for me, but he could have been for me, which does make me a little sad. That's just me though. Nah, I think I'm with you. I mean, I still have hope that he'll become more for me, but I just think he's like misused. A little. I don't know. He needed to be around more for him being so important so suddenly, and I agree about the music cue. Had that thought during reaction. Yeah, it was so weird. Like I felt so, it was the first time I felt so disconnected from the game where I was like, I do not feel the way that you think I feel. I was just like, huh? What is happening? I wish they had played it with a little more nuance. I think we had good momentum of Ryu and Susato being desperately angry that Shelms kept fucking around with them and then they didn't quite integrate that into this part of the story. I'm really curious if they'll wrap back around to that. And I think if they don't, it will be my biggest problem with the game. Also, something I find sad, because I don't think it's gonna happen now, like I don't think we have enough time to do something like it, is I feel really sad that like Ryunosuke and Herlock never had like their final deduction together, or like Mikotoba kind of took that. And like, I think it worked so well. Like, I think the Mikotoba deduction is so freaking cool. And to see Herlock like flying is the best. But then it kind of makes me feel like, oh, Ryunosuke, oh. And that leaves me kind of sad. Sola, thank you so much for the 76 months. Holy moly, is that like a lot of years? I think so. Thank you. Thank you so much. They kind of did, but I just didn't see it as a finale, but I think it was supposed to be a finale. Which is the one that is supposed to be the finale? I like that Ryu and Susato get a dance to themselves too, but I still think, I don't know, like the whole story has been Harlock and Ryunosuke, like Harlock has been like training Ryunosuke. I don't know. Feels weird. Why he solved it on his own. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really find that one though like a good conclusion. Real Solar. I think the way I can sum up my feelings about Mikotoba was that I broke and took a look at ship tags when I hit 3 halfway through Ace of 22. Saw Mikotoba Harlock in the top 3 and was like, huh? And now having experienced up to where you are, I'm like, oh, okay. I guess. That's so funny. I broke. I just had to look at the ship tags. That's so funny. They are number 4 now, if that helps. Oh, the drama! Updated. Out of the top 3? Falling fast. Shit. I don't think I would really read fics to them. Maybe. I don't know. Is this Hannah's influence? No. No. I don't think I would read fics. Maybe I'd read to just be like, tell me about it. I'm curious what your thoughts are. But I don't know. I do love the dance though. It's so good. Yeah, I think that's why I want one more Sholmes and Ryunosuke deduction, because the fact that Sholmes has been like purposefully messing around for 2 games with Ryunosuke, I'm like, can we have one more like where he's not messing around and they get to work together? Or is it just gonna forever be like this faux relationship that isn't based in any sort of reality of... I don't know. Like where he takes him seriously, yeah. I don't like the reveal that he's not a failed upwards king. Isn't it kind of weird that he's like actually kind of manipulative and like controlling? And you're like, what the hell, dude? Where did this come from? I think the fix would be so divorced from reality that they would be different characters whether they are good or not. I don't think so. I mean, some will for sure, but I don't know. As much as I am not like a big Harlock Mikotoba shipper, there is insane stuff in canon. Like from the deduction alone, they are besotted with each other. So I doubt it would be that divorced from the game, to be honest. When I think of places to find characters who are not manipulative or scummy, I always look toward the legal system. I really don't like to look at A3 before finishing a piece of media, but I also have this eerie sixth sense about when something I ship starts to feel like it's not the popular ship. That's very fair. So you were getting it with this game. I get, there's like some, like, it's always when I watch this freaking anime or something and I'm like, I know that I'm gonna obsess over this couple for the rest of my life and that AO3 is gonna have at most like 30 fics of the whole series. And you're just like, ugh. Agony. I also enjoy seeing Carla get passed around. Good. As he should be, really. If nothing else, it's impressive how married they make Shelms and Mikotoba feel in 20 minutes. True. Itchy and Psycho with their like 10 fics. You know what's even worse with Itchy and Psycho is that I went from shipping them to being like, I don't know how I feel about them. So now there's 10 fics that I haven't even bothered to read because I'm just, I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about this one. Oh, I should have just given up and read them when I still shipped them hardcore. I still do ship them. I'm just worried. You did get that one Psycho Kiryu one? I did, and it was an amazing fanfiction. It was incredible. That's good stuff. Beautiful romance, wonderful relationship between two characters, two fics, two characters who glanced at each other once and one of them sneered. 100 fics. Real. We need more Psycho Kiryu. I could not agree more. Oh. Yeah, basically I saw Sota going down the exact same path I did and was like, wow, this must be what they mean with the whole canon event me. Wait, are you saying that Harlock and Brimsix is not a popular ship? Huh? Really? That feels like Prime, no? Am I about to get my heart broken live on stream? Maybe. Hi, Tigers. Wow, what a blessing. Psycho Kiryu, truly the best, the greatest. They were my first great Ace Attorney ship and they're still not popular. At the time, I'm obsessed with two ships, one which has the entire dining hall, and the other has two every few weeks, of which I have contributed 3, and sometimes I consider the if only of it all. Star, no. Oh my gosh. I hope you're doing well, Star. The plus 10 fics that Takaya and Jin got after the release of P3. Literally, I remember so vividly finding out that Jin and Takaya were not a big ship, and I was like, what the hell? During FES, there was like 12 fics of them, or 20 fics of them, when we were playing FES. And then Reload was like, gonna have extra scenes or whatever, so we were like, okay, they're gonna skyrocket. This is their moment. They're gonna be thriving. P3R is gonna like take them to the moon, and they got like 10 fics, and I was just like, cool. Whatever, man. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Who cares? Not me. Maybe they've had way more now though. Hold on. Hold on. Live update. P3, Takaya, Jin, A3. 38 fics. That's it. So it's gone up like another 5. Great. That is fair. I guess they don't have too many canon interactions. I think just, honestly for me, it's like just calling him Mr. Reaper alone is like incredible. Man, sorry, I'm thinking if I've ever even looked at the top 10 of Persona 3 on AO3 and now I'm just having a look. The way Ryoshi and the Pro Tag are 3 of the top 5 is incredible. This is honestly, they cooked. Shinji and the Pro Tag are in the top 10. I feel like this is a blessing beyond blessings. That's amazing. That's so cool. We've mentioned Jin 2 times today, which surely mean I gotta start P3P. I mean, like, you just finished Tactics, so there's an opening. Ready to go. Who even cares about Shadowbringers? It's not that good. Maybe. I do think the fact that there are probably 2 faces of crime fighting in London is so different is something the games could play with more. I think so too. I thought they were gonna have more, to be honest. She finally admitted it. Yep. I speak the truth. Shadowbringers is okay. No, I love Shadowbringers. Please, this isn't serious. What does it have on backlogged? 4.7! There you go, gamers. The truth has been spoken. 4.7 out of 5. The only good thing Final Fantasy XIV ever did was PvP. Me. There is only one person in my friends list on Backlogged who has not given Shadowbringers a 5 out of 5. So, take that how you will. Shadowbringers is the 6th highest game on all Backlogged. Is it me? No, you gave it a 5. You're like, I have to change that. I gotta go fix that. Hi, Sota. It's not a 5. I gotta go lower right now. Here I go. No, stop. You did give it a 5, Shock. So I love what I can tell. I'm like, gamers, I can tell you what you ranked it. A very forgettable 5 out of 5. That's so funny. Gadu, hello. Do I have any forgettable 5 out of 5s? Let me see. Gaiden. Wish I could forget. 0 Times Dilemma. Wish I could forget. Rebirth. I would never forget. Dogs 2. I would never forget. Silent Hill 2. I would never forget. Persona 3 FES. I would never. Yakuza 0. I would never. Shadowbringers. I would never. Amori. You know, I actually probably have forgotten a bunch of Amori, but I definitely haven't forgotten why I gave it a 5 out of 5. There were some unfortunate revelations about the state of Vanlog. There were. I've been told some information about the shipping fandom. My heart is broken. It's alright though. It's fine. Whatever. I need to watch your ZTD VODs, but ZTD has enough good moments to make the whole thing worth it to me. Honestly, I mean, I guess maybe you could skip the puzzles. No, could you even? Because don't they have great dialogue whilst you're examining objects? No, I guess you can't skip the puzzles. Sorry. You do have to watch the whole thing. But it is worth it. It is the funniest playthrough we've ever had, easily. Oh, it's still a few hundred. That's not bad. Okay. That's great. I thought it was far more dire than that. A few hundred is kind of like that. One cannot complain about a few hundred fix. Oh, this song is so good. For how much I adore Great East Attorney, I've actually not looked at it all on AO3 for it, which is weird for me given how much I enjoy mainline Ace Attorney fix. Maybe you're the same, I don't know. For me, so like I love fan fiction. Fan fiction is my bread and butter. I love. But sorry, this song is so good. If a story is really, really like, I don't know how to describe it, like complete in my mind, I probably won't read fan fictions for it. So Persona 3 FES is so good and so whole and so complete that I have never really read fics for it, because I've never needed extra content. Whereas like Persona 5, as much as I also love Persona 5, there is so much there that I feel like they didn't get into, so I tried to find it in fan fiction. So it kind of makes sense to me that like Great East Attorney, it could just be like, oh, I got the whole meal. I don't need more. Yeah. Fanfiction talks, fanfiction talk. It's time. It is peak luxury. I've been in the -20 fix trenches, literally. I cannot complain. About a few hundred. Let's see what my favorite ship of all time, or one of my favorite ships of all time. Let's see what their numbers are at. They don't even show up when you Google, so what's the point? Yes, I agree, I agree, I agree. They have 42 fanfics. It is Rakugo, and that is how you spell it. Yeah. 42 fics, let's go. We're thriving. Wow, wow, wow. Sorry, I'm just looking at fanfictions now. You talk amongst yourselves, I'm busy, I gotta focus up. And so many of them are not in English, and like I am fine to try and translate, but sometimes the translation just makes it a very bizarre read. "42 potentially some in a language you don't speak." Exactly. Found out yesterday that Indie Girlfriend wrote an enormously popular fanfic for a TV show during COVID, left it at a brutal cliffhanger, and never followed up. She gets several comments a month asking her to come back. This is incredible! Are we allowed to know what show, or would that be too much? I would understand if you could not share. Hi, Break! Ryunosuke Kazuma having like a 10th of Phoenix Edgeworth makes me sad, but I understand given the relative difference in awareness of the characters. Yeah, yeah! Yeah, that makes sense to me. Indie Girlfriend, where the frick is the conclusion to my Better Call Saul fanfic? I cannot reveal, that's very fair. I bet Great Ace Attorney has incredible fanfic. Crocodile. I don't know. Sometimes there's like a level to the... I don't know how to say this. Just with certain fandoms, I think sometimes they have maybe like a more mature audience who therefore write more maturely. And that kind of hits. Whereas like sometimes, especially for anime, I find I'll read an anime fanfic and I'm like, you're 15 probably, and like you're thriving and I'm really proud of you, and like keep writing fanfics, like stick to it. But I know we are not the same age. Like I know. It's just not happening. 14 fic is almost always written so beautifully. Yeah. Yeah. There are some fanfics in Grey Easterney who you can tell are written by older people who read classic literature. Yeah, right? Like that kind of vibe. No, Sota. Just orphan it. You're like, no, this is no longer mine. Get it out. Get it away from me. I'm free till no sleep. Yeah. Yeah, congrats on finishing. I hope you enjoyed the VODs. I don't know when we'll play No Sleep for Kaname Date. But it's short, so maybe we can squeeze it in at some point. I have an orphan fic floating out there somewhere. I have several orphan fics, just... I don't think I would even be able to find them. But they're there. I like the fanfics where there's like incredibly specific information about an unrelated area, often a career that you know, just know the author is immersed in, like a Naruto fic that's really tuned into zoning laws in Wisconsin. Naruto fanfic. I do read a lot of Naruto fanfic, even though I've not finished Naruto. But it's fine. I think some of the Naruto fanfic hits harder than Naruto itself, but Naruto, it's so hit or miss. It's so like, this was your first anime, you're 13, you're thriving. Or it's like, oh my god, this is like an in-depth psychoanalysis of so many different moving parts. Holy moly, this is incredible. This is like, wow, I'm seeing sides to these characters I've never seen before. This is... It's great. All of my fics are orphaned. I never release them under my name, lol. Releasing them into the wild like a bottled letter and hoping it resonates with someone I'll never meet. That's kind of cool. You've got such like a mysterious vibe. That's so rad. Naruto was my intro to anime. Yeah, I'm sure it was for so many people. I can't wait for you to get to Shippuden. It'll happen. So I know I said I was gonna finish the K-drama and then get back to Naruto, and then I found another K-drama, and then I was gonna get back to Naruto. And I have finished both of those K-dramas now, but unfortunately I then started watching The Bear. So maybe after that, I'll be back. Maybe. Oh man, The Bear. Oh my god. The Bear will be done by next week. Honestly, with the rate I'm going, probably. I like binged all of season 1 in a day because that's so short. It's kind of epic. I'm like, wow, a 30-minute episode in this day and age? Incredible. Sadly, I haven't started season 2. I wreck. It's good. Oh, well, I'm only like 4 episodes into season 2. Boom, 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 boom. One day. Season 2 rocks. It's great. It's really good. God, I missed 20-30-minute episodes. It's amazing. Like, it's hour-long episodes are kind of exhausting, and I don't really feel like the need to binge them because I'm just like, man, I'm tired. But 20-minute, 30-minute episode, let's just go. Let's go. Next one. Let's go. I didn't realize you were starting from the beginning. Yeah, all the way from season 1. We're first time in. I only know two things about the bear. It's about chefs maybe, and the one guy looks like he's about to gonna have a panic attack, crash out at any moment. Me! I'm having a panic attack. I'll say that the first episode of The Bear was one of the most stressful things I've ever watched in my entire freaking life. It was horrifying. I was like, I'm going to have a panic attack watching this show. Also, it's great because there is like characters where one episode, like there was this lady, and on like episode 3, I was like, you are evil. Like you as a person, in your core, you're an evil person. Like you are awful. How dare you? You're so messed up. This is disgusting. Your behavior is foul. You will never, ever, ever be on my good side. I curse you off into the void. And then the next episode, I was like crying over that character and I was like, oh my God. And now she's my favorite character. So yeah. It has power. It's great. I want to watch Barry too. I've heard good things. I think I know who you're talking about. What's her name? Tina? She's great. But she was really mean. And I was like, that was too mean. That was really mean. And now I'm like, no, Tina, anything you want, you got, girl. You deserve everything in life. You're the best. Watching a 45 to 60-minute episode of a TV series that's not a reality show or anything always feels like a project to me. It's kind of exhausting. Yes, I feel the exact same. Because I can do a reality show mostly. After a while, I get like tuned out of a reality show and I'm like, I need a break. Like I'm not keeping up anymore. But yeah, that's the only like hour-long stuff I can do. Have you considered watching The Pit? I feel like I've heard of it. AO3 comes up first. Great. Good stuff. Ooh. Genuinely makes me sweat, but it's so good. Bad levels of stress, but with the gore of ER. Okay. Okay. Literally win, right? And it happens in one episode. Like episode 3, you're like enemy. And episode 4, you're like, you're the best ever. I love you. I had such a hard time watching TV series for that reason. I only watched with friends. Me too. Like, I would do my morning, like, watching stuff while I get ready in the morning. But I just struggle to watch TV. I don't know. The most visceral reaction I've ever had to TV was when I watched the first episode of You on Netflix. That, like, twist. Was that in the first episode? Where it like cuts to him enjoying himself. And you're like, oh! I'd never heard about The Pit until literally 2 days ago when I started getting ship discourse on my timeline out of nowhere. I'm like, who are you people? Where have you come from? Oh, the ship discourse, huh? The main guy in The Pit is like, I do not believe that man is an actor. Even if he has not gone to medical school, I believe he is a doctor. Cuts to him what? Enjoying himself. Alone. Hello, Danganronpa. I didn't enjoy any of the whole episode and figured it probably was with me. Fair enough. I watched all of You. Including, but the thing is, I think season 1 of You was like really, really good. And then after that, every single season got, I think, progressively worse. And then the final 2 seasons were like so beyond ridiculous that I was just like, what the hell? It was very entertaining to watch, but also, what? is happening? The House of Cards pipeline. You watched all of us? Don't they take it to London eventually? They do. And the thing is they go to London and they'll be like, yeah, because so a lot of the guy is like him strategizing and like planning how to get away with devious stuff. So he'll be like, oh yeah, I was in this area of London in the morning and then by 12 I was in this area of London. And I was like, it doesn't take you half an hour to get to that part of London. It takes you like 2 hours. What are you saying? You are you are not in London. You are in a magical, crazy version of London where everything is next door to each other. Like, I know the tube is a miracle, but it's not that much of a miracle. And that drove me kind of insane. Yeah, You is the Stalker show. I do recommend season 1. It's pretty good. England is so teeny tiny. It's so teeny tiny. And like London is 90% of England. At least. I think the last new TV series with 45 60-minute episodes I could watch alone because it was so good was Stranger Things season 1 when it was new. That was great. I never got into Stranger Things and I felt so weird for not getting it. But I tried Stranger Things like 5 times and I would always get to like episode 4 and then I'd be like, no, I'm bored, man. But I heard that show fell off too. And it's also weird now because like the actors were like children when they first started, but now they're all like 25 or something. Maybe not that old, maybe like 21. They take too long. Oh, I see, I see. The recent seasons are being absurd in episode length, really. You know, the thing is, I watch a lot of Korean reality TV, and you want to know how long Korean reality TV episodes are? For like the first 5 episodes, it'll be like 1 hour an episode, you know, pretty chill. By the final episodes, each episode is 3 hours long. And like somehow you're like, this isn't enough. I need more. I need a longer episode. This isn't long enough. Season 4's finale was 2.5 hours? Oh, that's crazy. Season 4 saw the introduction of much longer episodes with all of them exceeding an hour. Yeah, and do I remember any of it? Nah. Hi, Soma. We will love the bad dads. The Duffer Brothers are the Kojima of television. Oh, wow. No wonder they're taking this long to come out. If all of the, like, apparently all of season 5 is all gonna be movie long. Every single episode. That's crazy. I don't have time for this. Enjoy your leg, Grenoshi. I know little about either, but that feels very offensive to Kojima. The truth is I've played one Kojima game, but I find the jokes about him incredibly funny. I blame BBC Sherlock for this trend. I think BBC Sherlock was part of the problem, but I think we have to go back to like the golden era of TV. So it's like Mad Men, Sopranos, Game of Thrones. I guess Sherlock probably was releasing after those. But it probably was part of it. I think more things should be blamed on BBC Sherlock. I think so too. I say this at least once a day, but Kojima wants to make a real Hollywood movie so friggin' bad, man. I think he does, but at the same time, he loves games. So, like, he uses Hollywood actors, which to me is not a selling point. It just kind of leaves me confused. BBC Sherlock went so hard when I was a dumb teen. I could not agree more, because season 1 like hit so hard and I was like, this shit rocks. And then season 2 I was a bit older and I was like, oh, I don't think I like this as much as I did. And then I still watched every single season. Not to be dramatic, but I think Stranger Things' success was detrimental to its quality. I wish it would go on as an anthology series, as I heard it was planned to be at the start. Oh, was it? And then they changed it because they wanted to capitalize. I see. Yeah, I think Kojima loves playing with games. Like, I think he does want to do games, but he also wants to express his love of Hollywood a lot. To the pro or to the con of his media. I don't know. They aren't Kojima, but until they have a I'll try again. They are Kojima until they have a character give a 5 minute soliloquy to the camera. But the camera's POV is set inside a wall, so the character is actually pouring their heart out to a wall while other characters stare at the back of their head. Oh. Oh. I get exactly the shot you mean. I get it. As far as I know, Kojima barely plays other games, which is kind of cool in my opinion. Someone whose sources of inspiration are almost always things outside of games. Oh, I see. That's cool. You have a very pleasant voice, although I don't understand English. It's very pleasant to listen to. Yay! Welcome. I hope you can enjoy it here. Hello, Ryan, as well. As a fan of Moffat Doctor Who, I despise the abysmal reputation, rightly from what I've heard of it, BBC Sherlock gave him. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't like Moffat Doctor Who. I like his individual episodes, but I fell off Doctor Who because of, or like when he took over. Entirely to be dramatic, I think Stranger Things ruined streaming, but that's just me. I think you should keep cooking. I don't know. I think streaming, it's just like, the thing that is wild to me is when it's like people getting annoyed that it's like a weekly release for a TV show and not having the patience to just wait a week. I think once you get to the point where when I play a game, I'm like, okay, I get it. You really like movies, person who played this game. Let's ease up on the movies thing. It's detracting from my experience of just enjoying the story that they're trying to tell. One of my many, many problems I had with Ready Player One. Yeah, that's true. On this note, shall we play Great Eastern 2? The music got too intense. I had to leave. Yeah, why not? I'll say it again, because I said it a bit earlier. I don't think I really understand what is going on in the trial anymore, so I'm kind of just going along for the ride. So, like, good luck to everyone involved. Your guess is as good as mine. Like, everyone is an assassin now, or is gonna be assassinated. I don't know. They said Ryunosuke. Yeah, Ryunosuke was just like an excuse, you know? Thank you for the follow. Does one have to understand a case to win it? So true, so true. Ryunosuke, am I an assassin? Yeah, babe, you are. There's so many things I'm confused. Okay, like one of the number one things that I'm confused about is like, and obviously, please, I don't want any clarification. I just want the game to. I'm gonna swim along. I'm like on a rubber floaty, flowing along the lazy river of Great Ace Attorney. So don't tell me. I'll figure it out when the game tells me. But if you did find this confusing when you were playing, you can say that much. Because I feel just suddenly they like gave this idea and they were just like, yeah, like Greg Z was working with the Reaper. And then everyone just kind of went, yeah, I guess he was. And I'm like, why have we all just agreed to this? What is happening? Because then, like, Gina is like, Ryunosuke, can you like stop this shit from happening? And Ryunosuke's like, yeah, Gina, I'll do anything. And then 5 seconds later, he's like, yeah, he probably did work for the Reaper. And I'm like, what? Where did that come from? What, am I meant to just assume that that's true? Because I don't. I don't know. So that's kind of making me feel insane. But that's fine. That's fine. So I don't believe he is part of it until I get hard evidence. Being 100% honest, I finished Chronicles yesterday, and after I was done, my friend sent me a clip of you reacting to Brock Van Zieks' leg. It's a good leg. It is a good leg. He uses it really well. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoyed the game. I don't remember this being particularly confusing. It's baffling to me. It was jarring, as I recall. Okay. 5 out of 5. 10 out of 10. Oh yeah, I remember also being like, hey, maybe we should explore other options. That's what I'm saying. Because they look at this board of evidence and they're like, yeah, he was working with the Reaper. And I'm like, he could have been doing anything else with that evidence. What are you saying? No offense, Kazuma. Or shall I call you Mr. Assassin? I feel like we're assuming some things. I think I remember having so little thoughts on Gregson that when they started saying that, I was like, well, he didn't have much else going on. Everyone needs a hobby. Fair enough. Please, Mr. Assassin was my father. Call me incompetent. That's actually way more real than I think you know that it is for Kazuma. I think I believed it because they did what the hell, sure, I see. I'm gonna choose to not believe it until there is literal evidence shoved in my face that it has to be true. So who's an assassin or assassin adjacent? Asa Shin, assassin. Assassinated Wilson. Kazuma, assassin to assassinate Gregson, but did not assassinate Gregson. Someone else assassinated Gregson, who is believed to be Van Zieks, but we don't believe that's true. And now I think we think it's Seishiro Chikoku, who is the judge from Japan, who is absolutely undoubtedly working with Strongheart they're trying to play it cool, but it doesn't feel cool. But maybe they're playing it so uncool that it's actually a distraction technique. Because Jikoku was like, yes, well, my plan would be different if my English associate was a better communicator. And then Strongheart was like, shut up! No, enough of that! So, like, they're obviously in cahoots, unless they're insane people, which they could be. I realize I listed 8 names, and not all of those people were assassins, but I'll say like 5 of them are. No, because Gregson maybe was as well, kind of. He like helped assassins. Let's say 7 assassins. I don't know. The real problem with this case is that you're not just trying to solve it, you're trying to unravel 6-corded headphones blind while playing word games, literally. Like, when I was just trying to figure out who killed Gregson, like, that was chill. Now I'm trying to unravel an international political drama. And Casimir is not helping. Do we still have the dialogue of Strongheart? Yeah, see, Jikoku was like, well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. And then Strongheart was like, be that as it may. We are not going to talk about that. Anyway, move it along. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Anyway. Yeah. So if they're not working together, then they're in love or something, I don't know. 2 island empires linked by their love of assassins. Indeed, indeed. Nothing brings 2 countries closer together than coordinated killings. So we're jumping straight into the assassin exchange. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to preamble before we just go. The beginning of the end. Is assassin exchange like a foreign exchange student thing? Yes, actually, surprisingly, yes. Because Casimir was allowed to be an exchange student, and come and work in England, but only if he was going to kill someone, I think. Yeah. Is it like wife swap? I think less like wife swap, because Casimir brought his wife with him. Honestly, all this assassin talk makes me want to load up Hitman. I think it's on sale. I was thinking about it the other day. Enjoy your lag, Sam. It is true that Casimir Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now.
Hold it!
A year ago? When Casimir was still in Japan then? Hannah Hitman streams would be magic. They would be. I forgot to ask if you know what RPG Maker horror game you're playing first. I think Ib. Or Mad Father. But I think I'm leaning towards Ib. It seems like too classic. It feels like I should start there. I can't even begin to imagine how you'd manage to Hannah mode the Hitman games, but I'd be so seated. It's gonna be fun. I'm excited. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. Oh my god, true, Silver. I didn't even think about that. That would be so funny. Going from Harlock to Mad Father. Oh. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course. But then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. There you go. This is what we were saying. Boom. Done. So you agreed to it, just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? Oh. I work in higher education, and let me just say, this is incredibly rare, but it does happen. The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at that time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Strong heart. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jikoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Hisogi and explained the details of the plan to him. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? Sorry. The fact that this guy is just like, yeah, we decided to kill Gregson, and Ryunosuke's first thought is, why did you choose Kazuma? Gina is in tears, Ryunosuke. He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Hisogi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Hisogi. Ooh, but why? That was Inspector Gregson the target. I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Jikoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. It all comes back to the professor, baby! It's the professor. And wasn't Gregson the one who figured it out? So we gotta kill him to keep him quiet or something, I don't know. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. I think it does, because you were hired to kill Gregson and Gregson is now dead. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Hisogi. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. Hold it! I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. I know what happened. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. Oh, hello. Hey. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Kazuma's got all dots going on. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands are completely tied. So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. See, there's still something with Sholmes with this strategy that I find confusing. And that's another thing that I'm kind of waiting to be explained, but I don't know if it will be. Months later, my memory returned. But I'd never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. So did Renosuke save Gregson's life before he even met him? It wasn't all Sholmes, he just suggested replacing Kazuma, which I'm sure Renosuke considered saying no to. I think he did say no to it at first, yeah. I guess in a way Renosuke did. Although, like Kazuma says, I don't know if Kazuma would have actually ever killed Gregson. Which part? Confuses me with Sholmes. The part with why... Like, I want to know really specifically what his plan was with Kazuma. Like, was he sending him back to Japan, or was he just sending him to Hong Kong? Or... Like, I want to know the specifics of what his plan was. Because his plan doesn't make sense to me if he was sending him back to Japan. Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman... Okay, you didn't have to add that in there, but whatever. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. Damn, trying to throw Renosuke off his game, huh? At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we awaited for Judge Chikoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. I have the answer to that, but I don't know if it gets revealed later or if it was actually said. I don't think it was said yet. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of centuries, really. In truth, those are my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past. You see? That proves it. Cosmo, it's very easy to say now you had no intention of doing it, but you have literally no way to prove it. He has his diary. I bet he wrote all the time in his diary about how he would never kill a single person and that he would never do such a thing. Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of my questions are like, I can't really ask until we're completely done. You know? Yeah, I know that, Astro, dude. It's specifics that I won't ask because I don't want to be spoiled about that plan. But I know that. I love lying about being an assassin. It says it right there in the diary. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. The crewman, who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? Cosmo won't kill a person, but he will try to kill VVZ's career. That's right. Welcome back, Mike. A muscular man. Why is everyone going on about how muscular this man is, huh? A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't move once from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. Okay, but as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage, where the judicial assistants go. Okay, that felt unnecessary but cool. Oh, I didn't mean. But a hole like that, made by a bullet, was found in your cabin, Judge Shikoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole. Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. It was obviously a rotten panel eaten about by woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. Well, true. That's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewmen to be brought back to Britain with me. Mikotoba, that's my best friend right there. Get hard, Jikoku! But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. Throw him a wink. I know Kazma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so... This is friendship. This is insulting Susato to her face. This is Yakuza. This is Kazuma Kiryu. Mikotoba to whoever is next to him in the gallery. I taught him that one. It confirmed. It's still a real shock.
It's unforgivable. Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan.
But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Shikoku too. He completely double-crossed him.
Oh, dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part.
One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Shikoku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo!
Say no more. I'll destroy him. Oh, like kill him? Oh, I misunderstood. Destroy him. Okay, awkward. You see little things like this. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the top part on the top of a pocket watch that you twist us at the time, isn't it?
It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually...
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo?
If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head.
If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have.
What do you think, Miss Usto?
I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here.
Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing.
We're about to see that. The little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch.
Really? I was just thinking precisely that too.
A perfect fit. I knew it.
Alright, perhaps you knew it. It's so stupid. Oh, how's it going, Marky? If I could just have a game of Ryunosuke and Susto banter and nothing else, I'd pay Nintendo prices, yeah. Hi, Wrist.
How are you? I'll make note of this new information at once.
Okay, so I think we can use this against Shikoku. How? Not sure yet, but we'll get there. I am a clockwork expert. She is. She loves machines. Okay, maybe we can't use it against him just yet. The plan has fallen apart. Ooh! But all of the crew left for 20 minutes! I've got him now. All members of the crew were required to assemble on deck at 10 p.m.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Shikoku's cabin. Man, am I gonna have to put on my wrist brace for frickin' Ace Attorney? Maybe. However, we can be sure that contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice. We do have to lock the fuck in. It's true, it's true. Yeah, I can match Ryunosuke. Yeah. I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. Grrr. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts, and during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Chikoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
Objection! A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. Thank you. What's your objection? But it amounts to nothing. Oh. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. I do. I can. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Shikoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Judge Shikoku's cabin on the 31st of October?
Take that!
Judge Shikoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch. And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Shikoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Shikoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? What? Sorry?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. Why am I a murderer now? Who have I killed? How many more assassins can there be? And your argument sounds entirely plausible at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Shikoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. If I knew I had to hear your yapping, I would have locked you up for life. Your new testimony. I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Okay. Did ask a man to be an assassin, though. Kojima voice. When you hear about what happened in my cabin, you will regret your words. You will regret your words and deeds. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Okay. Ippon seoi? A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Akoko will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. You know, sure, let's not waste time. Let's get this done ASAP. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your country, man! Okay. Okay. You're an embarrassment to your countryman, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. People in this game have a wild attitude. Oh, yeah, sure. They be yawning up there. I had a guest waiting for me.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and moustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. Fair enough. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly. All I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. But how did the tip of Kazuma's sword end up in Gregson's box? That is... I don't... I don't know. Okay. And you went in without any inkling of suspicion. Just the tip? It was just the tip. We've seen just the tip. Okay. I have evidence. I have evidence of the tip. Kazuma edged him. Huh? No, Kazuma just put the tip. Look. There it is. That's right, not whatsoever. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. There was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. Casimir left something behind in Gregson's trunk when he was done. What do you mean? The inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about it so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. How embarrassing. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for help with the crewmen at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. He's dead. You don't have to kill him more. Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? My Ippon Seoi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you! Damn, okay. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. This man is insane. Look at him. He's having the best time of his life. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seoi throw. I imagine his watch broke when I threw him over my shoulder. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in the cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Yeah, got a point. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? What is going on? No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. This guy's wild. He's out of control.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. Don't call me stripling! What does that mean? What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? In the big fridge! He wants us naked. First it's just the tip and now it's this. What the hell? When people die, they are killed. When people kill, they die. When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? He was in the suitcase. Because, let's be honest, Gregson is a much smaller man than Jikoku, and Jikoku could fit in there. If you get it before rigor mortis. And he would have to have been all bent into the position that you... Oh, wait, actually, he would have had to have been in the... He would have had to have been in this little baby goo goo gaga position. To fit inside, and then rigor mortis. Baby Gregson was relevant! this little goo goo gaga man. It was real. This feels mean when he's all bloody. Well, yes, that's true, but... All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. Okay, you've got a point there. But what if he came off as... I don't know. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. Not if they're trying to frame my boy. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Oh, that's killed that idea then. Susato, yeah.
But perhaps not.
Miss Susato.
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body at sea.
Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you?
This is actually my
10th case. No, 9th case. So I think you'll find I'm quite the expert. I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. Or, what is a stripling? Stripling meaning a young man. Oh, it's probably from strip, which is the notion of narrowness or slimness. I see. A youth just passing from boyhood to manhood. So I think he's kind of insulting him because I think Ryunosuke is quite past becoming a man. Dare I say. Luxury. So twink. I mean... Narrow Hodo. Very good. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests are then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did. Ryunosuke's 7th case. 1-2 was all investigation. Oh yeah, 1-2 was investigation. Oh, I would still count it. Oh yeah, and it's not, this is just one case. I counted 2-4 and 2-5 as 2 cases, but this has all been one. Ryunosuke, shit. I might be on Shikoku's side now. Oh, no. No! No! So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Ha ha ha. Funny you should say that.
Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. Okay. So that's the story.
Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we?
Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Koku's cabin,
the body would have to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. Do foreign ministers have to be searched, or are they like kind of epic and cool and get to move past that sort of thing?
it could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun. I soon took care of him. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Well, I think there is. Don't know how to say it though. Ooh, what does this say inside? Does this say anything like, hey, I'm extra cool? No. Okay, cool. No worries. How did Kazuma get back into England? Because if Gregson died, walked, nice, swam. Finally able to catch you on stream while on night shift. Oh my goodness, I hope your shift is going well. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Kinesis machine. Morphogenetic field. Aura farmed. The immigration office. Did we press this?
Hold it!
There's an idea. Think about it, Stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks. The symposium guests were then driven straight to their hotel. We met you as yeah, okay, did things. So we did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder? What? No. So we're in agreement then. Ha ha ha. I need like an Ace Attorney game where you can just type out what you want to say as the lawyer, and then it has premeditated responses based on what you say somehow, and you can finally argue how you want to argue in the court. This is why Takami's been taking 8 years. It's gonna happen. Ace Attorney 7. It's real. Have you considered becoming a lawyer instead? I almost did go to lawyer school. That's not what it's called. It was between like 3 things, which was law, politics, or film. And I went with politics. So I'm using that really well right now. While streaming. Yup. I can see you as a lawyer. Not the giggle before film. It's what I should have done. Like, actually. I was like, oh, I could get a film degree, or I could get, you know, like a politics degree. And I went with politics, which I guess makes sense. But I think I would have had more fun doing film. Boom, 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 boom. Writing in louiseyhannah on my next ballot. I mean, I could do it. Maybe a better job. I have a pre-law degree and didn't go to law school, which is essentially the worst thing you can do for your career. Oh no. Do you think you would have gotten into streaming if you didn't do politics, or are those events unrelated? I think they're mostly unrelated, but I guess the timing of things did kind of work out for streaming. But I was recommended by my, like, friends at the time. They said that they thought I would be good at streaming, which is why I tried it. But I streamed, I don't know, for like a year of just kind of randomly streaming whenever I wanted. And there was no schedule, there was no purpose, it was just vibes. And it was fun. And then after I graduated, I had 3 life events happen in like what felt like 2 weeks, which was I graduated, I got made redundant, and I got broken up with. So I had a lot of free time very suddenly. And I was just like, yeah, you know what, I'll stream. And now here we are. It was great. Good times. Triple threat, yeah, that's me. Made redundant in education, relationship, and work. And you know, I'd only been in that job for like 3 months, and they were like, no, look, I know the company just got bought out, but there's no way they'll close down this store. There's no way. The job is secured. You'll be here for as long as you want. 3 months later, hey, Hannah, so we're closing down the store. We do not need you to come in anymore. Cool, great. Good stuff. If you were in weekly therapy at that time, I know the session went fucking crazy. You'll be saying this store will never close. This store has closed. Yeah. It was villain origin story. Yeah, now I'm a streamer. I am the villain. But it ended up well, you know, it was it was a rough little time there. But then it, you know, it ended up fine. And now look at me. Stuck in Ace and Tiny, no clue where to go. Just no clue what evidence to use. No, nothing. It's great. Imagining the ex being like, okay, yeah, this seems like a great week to do it. It was so bad. Like, I don't know if I can share like how the breakup happened, but it was so bad. I'll just say, if you are ever considering breaking up with a partner, don't just like ignore them for days and then be like, oh, I thought because I did that you would want to break up with me. Wouldn't advise that. Oh no, yeah, it was a wild time, man. It was wild. Classic strategy, classic. It's very funny to me now. At the time it wasn't very fun, but it is very funny to me now. Boom, 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 boom. What isn't funny is how do you transport a victim's corpse back to Britain? I don't know. If you're gonna do that, at least have the goddamn common decency to fake your own death. Sorry, I thought you didn't have object permanence and would forget I existed if I was gone for longer than 15 minutes. That's on me. We've lost such arts. Maybe this. I don't know though. I'm thinking that a passport of a certain level, maybe your possessions don't need to be searched. Oh, or maybe it's because Gregson's trunk came back to Britain. That proves something? Because they went to the extent to bring back the trunk if he died on the ship.
Objection!
No! Strong heart. What? Okay, let's try the passport, and then if it's not the passport, then I don't know.
Objection.
Okay, let's do a cheeky little reload. There's no possible way I could have transport. Oh, maybe this is actually asking me about the trunk, and I need to show that he was in that position, like I was saying earlier. Or is that are we? It does say his body appears to be tightly curled up, and there's a red hairpiece on his head. Ignore the red hairpiece, but they're tightly curled up.
Objection.
I don't know what the point is. My lord, look at him dingle goo goo gaga. It's so important. Goo goo gaga Gregson. But sir, he's cuckoo gaga. Oh, we cuckoo. I thought that was really good. I thought that was good. Silence my emotional support, goo goo gaga. Please. Hi Zesty, how you doing? Is it because the suitcase is in the picture?
Objection.
Yeah. Fuck. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. For the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jikoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. That's what I'm saying! Which means he's exempt from having his luggage That's what I'm saying! Someone post the clip? What? What happened? I remember we went crazy about it. What? When? What? What did I say? In case 4? You said at the start of case 4 there's a body in there. Oh my god, there was a void, wasn't it there when I said that? Oh my god! Oh my god, he probably wasn't there! That's the last picture of Gregson alive! No, he was dead. I literally just said he was dead. What the hell? The wisdom survived. They took my teeth, but they couldn't take my wisdom. There's 5 people in that photo. Oh my god. That's crazy. Cute family photo. Wow. We were freaking out. Oh my god, that's insane. What? crazy. Okay. Oh my god. Export connected. Detecting the trunk as Greg said. Oh. Put this in the guessing Persona 4 ending within the first 10 minutes too. We learned that when we first met you upon— why am I talking like I've never spoken in my life? Sorry, let's go again. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London, well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a long time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Wow. It is such a large trunk. I knew you were jealous. Hey, Grace. No, don't say that. That's so weird to know that his dead body was just in those scenes. Oh. I presume you recall this, Judge Shikoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. Very scary, to be honest. It really reminds me, it's like the complete opposite feeling of now when I watch back Case 2 of Game 1. It's so weird to think that Kazuma is like alive through the whole thing. And it's like the complete opposite of that, where I'm like, oh, this whole scene just had a dead body in it. That's so bizarre. As the court will know, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting—
I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jikoku's trunk. Order, order. I'm skeptical, Counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. I once got in a travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know, that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Shikoku?
But inside his trunk? How horrifying!
And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few. Am I okay? Do I know English? Refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Good luck with the rest of your shift, rain jamming. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you for the hydrating. Does this make you want to go watch Only Murders in the Building? I saw that advertised, but I haven't heard anything about it. Your English is getting really good, thank you. I'm trying so good. I freaking love that show. Also short episode. Oh. Yes, I'm sure they are, but only— Am I okay? Why can't I read words? Let's... Okay. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Shikoku? Indy! What the hell? I have taken my meds. It would be so good if they worked. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Shikoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It is quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime.
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Baroque Van Zeek shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim this time, I guess it just has to be true. The defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. There's no evidence! Whatever, I'm sick of you all. I'm afraid that's how logical reasoning the British are. How the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. Casimir isn't even British! The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. That's true. He is very British. Right now. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you'd better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. I can hear Mikotoba tap dancing in the background. Can someone please control him and make him sit down? He can't be tamed. He's a party animal. What are you on about, Renosuke? The claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence. It slowly gets louder. He is approaching. The trunk? Or... Oh, this? Because it shows... No, that just shows where he was, not that he didn't die there. Oh, died instantly? Wait, wait, wait. What does their coroner's report say? Instant. Oh, or maybe it said the bullet exited, but there is no bullet evidence in Fresno Street? Silent Hill, but instead of static, it's the sound of his feet. Should we save? Let's save. I feel reasonably good about using the autopsy.
Take that!
I feel pretty bad about it. What the fuck is wrong with you, Strahd? Caswell, why are you taking the side of the British, you crazy guy? You silly goose, you little silly Billy. What the hell? In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror? Oh my god. Crazy, bro. Asma, stop pretending to be British. They hate you too. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Oh, really?
Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Are you going to try again, or can't you hold your hand steady enough to point it out? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. That he didn't die instantly. Okay. 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 What? Sorry, I think I missed the part where Chasm was brought back. He's been back for a little while. He's going through some things right now. He's struggling a little bit. He came back wrong. He came back, but he's not really him anymore, and he's kind of having a small public breakdown constantly. It is what it is. We've all been there. What the hell? Came back wrong? British. Like, imagine being British. Imagine being... British. Ew, am I right, gamers? Ha ha ha. What the hell are you on about, Renosuke? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene, but you have evidence that contradicts that he was shot at the scene, do you? What? Luckily, as a Canadian Australian. No, I've already presented the autopsy. Don't go back there, Hannah. You're wrong. Is it because of Vigil daily or something? I don't know. What? Oh my god. Hi Bruno. It's been going pretty good. I'm quite stuck right now. But yeah. Mostly good. Is it because of the hairpiece? No, I don't know. I don't...
Take that!
Is it? A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed? Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. I get what you were going for now. You kind of set me up weirdly to say that, but whatever. I'll acknowledge it. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. See, arguably, I guess because he died instantly, it would be. Okay, yeah. Sure. I'm with you. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the... It was instant death, Chikoku.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Shikoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting the inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival in Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor, from the inside of a large travel trunk. No. You're quite right. The shape of the body. It's goo goo gaga. It looks as if it could have been kept in a confined space. Judge Jikoku, present your trunk for examination. Okay. Judge Jikoku, please present that. Present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it would contain traces of the victim's blood. Present my trunk. I refuse. On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Shikoku, there is blood in your trunk.
Oh, look at him. He's all bashful. I decline to answer that. As a Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. Damn. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Ryunosuke! Nothing is more important than the truth. Oh. That's what I'm thinking, Sota. Like, that was so much blood that I feel like it was added post. Like, it wasn't his blood, you know? Order in court. Well, Mr. Jikoku wants it to be. Mr. Jikoku? Has he always been calling him that? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all? Kazuma Asogi. What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country, but I didn't kill him inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You? Dear God, outrageous! So it was you? You admit to Inspector... No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Ugh. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As a judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it in the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. Ooh. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Kazuma. Oh! That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You. Damn. Aura kind of going crazy. I never thought you'd suit to this, Seishiro Jikoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. Damn! Damn! Kind of eating them up. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. And I did just say, how the hell did he get back into England? Uh-oh. Just imagine, Hannah, if you went to law school, this could be your actual day-to-day life. How naive I was. I could not cope in this situation. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now. And that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end, it seems to me. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jikoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I am just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Shikoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... You know, if he was having an especially bad day, I could see it. Well, I think he probably... I don't really know him anymore. Not like that. Well, it is possible, my lord. Do you get penalized for saying impossible? No. What? How could you? Do you think I want to believe it? But the fact is, I can't say with complete certainty what actually happened because I wasn't there. You disappoint me, Ryunosuke.
If I may, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps that's why we form opinions based on evidence.
Ah, so true. That's so true, Susanoo. And actually, we have evidence that can settle this argument conclusively. My lord, the defense would like to present evidence in support of... Before you plow on, feigning ignorance of what just occurred, counsel. You must be penalized for that short but embarrassing. Ah, you are... Oh. Okay. Ugh, I really thought I could just brush past it if I was quick enough. Okay, I want to see what he says if you say it's impossible, because I loved that. Kazuma being like, really? And then Ryunosuke being like, I want to believe you, but I don't know how. That was kind of rad. Why is always being wrong the better option? Like, I way prefer it every time. Judge Shikoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. Oh. But my favorite music. It gives more dialogue, usually bullying Ryu. I don't even think it... Well, honestly, my favorites haven't bullied Ryu at all. You want Ryu to be a dumb himbo? I don't think he is being dumb at all. Like, I think that's really not the case. Whenever he is wrong, it usually means that he gets a flashback or he gets extra dialogue with someone in a way that feels like so key to the game's themes. Sorry to... I mean, haha, silly, Ryunosuke is stupid. Of course. But genuinely, I think it does way better. Like, I don't think he is being stupid. I think he's figuring out what to believe. To me, that dialogue was directly in tone with the story. Like, that wrong answer felt more canon to me than this. Like, the idea of him, like, doubting Kazuma for a second and Kazuma being, like, so hurt by that is so good to me. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? Oh, I do love this music, though. The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. In considering that he isn't confident in his idea of Kazuma due to Kazuma's changes lately, naturally he wouldn't be 100% confident that he wouldn't do it. Yeah, right? So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? You know, just I got no clue. Is it about his tip? The tip? Not his tip. Let's not. Okay. I don't know. I think the fact that he has evidence rather than this being a moment of pure belief or not means I'm fine with it either way. Yeah, fair enough. I just prefer the wrong answers. I think they're just so... They add so much to me in terms of like the themes of belief and trust and just like... The fact that Ryunosuke can still waver in what he believes and what he trusts, but it's the people around him that encourage him to get back on track. Like, that feels so key to me for who he is. Not to brag, Vanzinks, but I'm about to take an ibuprofen. I know you'd love one. But they haven't been invented yet. I think it has to do with Kuruma. But I don't really understand how, but I guess Ryunosuke might know. I know, I kind of miss BVC. I hope he's well. Well, not too well. Like, I hope he's like 80%. I hope he's doing bad. I hope he's struggling. I hope he's miserable.
Take that!
No. Kazuma! You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment. Oh, never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, Mr. Oh no, I can't upset Susuto-san or I'll end up being upset too. Stop, that's so cute. Oh, we know a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first class cabins nearly all the time. Oh, so as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without it being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. Is that what we're presenting? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. Are we presenting the crew logs? Is that what they want? Was that Ryunosuke telling me to choose that? Because he left?
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jikoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard would have heard it. Wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. The crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? Well, without proof from the boarding house. The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Oh my god. He's gonna explode. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. Oh, full spin! Full spin! That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jikoku. It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Oh yeah, it's gonna explode. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Whoa. Okay, don't impale yourself. What? Okay. It's over. My life is over. You look great. Okay. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time, in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper?
So the Reaper is Strongheart. Surely. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I had intended to finish him by strangulation. Jesus. But moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then, on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. Man, good thing they didn't get any meals on the way to England. Not even a light snack. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Steaks, check. Chicken, check. British man, check. Everything ordered in France, safe and sound. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Oh my god, Gregson, you're looking great. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick then and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
They only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Did anyone point out to Hannah that she predicted there was a body in the trunk? I don't remember doing it at all. Apparently there's a clip, but yeah, I got told. I don't know, man. Except at the last moment I made a careless blunder. What was that?
I imagine. It was the bag of fish and chips.
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Wisdom teeth have never been less needed. Who needs them? Get them out. Anyway, that's... well, are you okay? That's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Oh, look at him. He's just a guy. I've had enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. Jikoku, out him. Just say it. Get it off your chest, King.
Boy.
It's more suspicious for Gregson to not be carrying cheap battle than to be carrying rotting cheap. He had no choice.
No choice. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jikoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough. I thought he was gonna point. I thought that was gonna be so sick. I thought he was gonna... I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, no, who's gonna object? Someone has to. What are we doing? Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. What? Someone object to something. What? We're not done. Seicho Jikoku. It is the opinion of this court that you should be found. May I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Can I get a not guilty for my guy? Just like confirmed in writing, if you wouldn't mind. Moments ago, Mr. Jikoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, oh hey, oh my god, long time no see. The defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruto.
So what about like that professor stuff? Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I just feel like we have more to go over, you know? I'm just a little troubled. by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries, but oh well, it's the end of the game. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication.
Objection!
Yay! Finally. The prosecution calls for an adjudication to be deferred. For adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. Why is your music so sad? What?
But Judge Shikoku was already confessed.
Nevertheless, Baroque Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Usogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jikoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jikoku? Who was pulling the strings? You two could work together on this. I'm just saying. The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. True. So true. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Oh, hey Strongheart, how's it going? Certainly that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baroque Van Zieks. Hey, Kazuma, I think you're letting your hatred blind you. Kazuma, like, they were not subtle about it, bro. Of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Order, 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 order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard. And they have found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps. But circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jikoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. Well, you are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, sounds kind of fun. I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Get those flames lit, baby. From the top. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zees, your leg, good sir. I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. You didn't try the wine. They had a backup witness testimony bar because they knew if Van Zeeks is getting back on there, then we're gonna need it. He needs something to put his leg on. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Fuck it, you know, go for it, do what you want.
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend.
Then that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord. This is cool! It feels like the first time... Like, it feels like the prosecution is always working with Ryunosuke. Like, obviously, Van Zeeks pretends like he's not, but he does try to encourage Ryunosuke, I think. But this feels like the first time that the defense is working for the prosecution. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. As you wish, my lord. Whew. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange. So assuming VDZ isn't the Reaper, how is he remotely even meant to testify on it? Wasn't me, wasn't there, not my business. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange? I acknowledge that the public at large believes me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes that testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Where's your evidence? Get going. What about me? Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Okay. If you say so. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuha. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Damn. Damn. I've never taken the life of another. Hold it. Have you, though? So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey. Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. I also think I've spotted the contradiction. I do kind of like, because I feel like it kind of makes no sense for Ryunosuke to be cross-examining here, because he could just be like, well, not my job, is it? But I like that he wants to pursue the truth so badly that he will cross-examine. And they kind of point that out. Didn't you find it disturbing, though, that one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If, one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even. Oh, it felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned the location he'd noted only as grouse, and the appointment at 5 PM on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day and how I came to discover the body. But why did you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. And you only caught them red-haired. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jikoku. Exactly. Shaking your hand, Holly. The Reaper is such a funny thing to accuse someone of because if they're innocent, they really can say nothing, but it wasn't me on the stand. Look, I've got an idea. What if we go to a big lake and we tie some stones to Van Ziek's? And then if he sinks, he is telling the truth. But if he floats, then he is lying. So if he floats, we kill him. But if he sinks, then hell yeah, man. Good for you. The Salem bitch child. Well, we kill Van Ziek. Yippee! Had intended to complete Hubun. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. A ridiculously careless blunder. Oh, he becomes homophobic. Oh no. How can he get worse? Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Cosmo, relax, please. Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. See, I think there's a very... I think this is the contradiction. There is a rather large thread, a plot thread, you could say, that's been 10 years in the making.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course. We were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. Oh. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. Oh my god, Van Ziek likes fish and chips. This is incredible. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. Yeah, mine. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear, then, that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
Objection!
Objection! But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence. Yeah, babe, that's what a not guilty plea is. Like, what? Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused's claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yeah, that's true, but... Clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. Kazuma, I love you, but I don't believe you actually studied law right now. Look, this is his first time being a big boy prosecutor. He's struggling. This could be dangerous. A convincing testimony by Lord Van Zieks. Certainly, but with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree. There doesn't appear to be any particular link between them, at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, I must be overthinking it, surely. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo? I need to think back over all the information we gleaned so far.
Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record.
Could it be that Lord Van Zieks has something to hide after all? Drama. I'm guessing the other person is Mikatoba. That's son of a gun. Because Wilson did the autopsy of Van Zieks' brother. Mikatoba wrote the autopsy and signed it, and Gregson was the reason that he was... Credit to Inspector Gregson. Sorry, buddy boy.
Objection.
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks. I'm gonna wolf out. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see. The defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Hold your horses, buddy. So, Clint. Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? The autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that cursed name again. The professor. I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victims' souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
Well, as promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed. Ooh, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. And isn't it so interesting that Strongheart stepped down in that case so that Van Zieks could do that? Curious. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? What? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and sent him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Mikatoba is alive though, and he was there. So, get him on the stand. Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. Matt, I never even thought about that case happening in this courtroom for some reason. I always whenever I picture that case in my mind, I picture it in this really dreary court like mini court in the prison. Like he was so like hidden away. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. Fanzeeks, now is not the time, like straight up. No! Don't do this now! You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Oh. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. Oh, good. Was it? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jikoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jikoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Kuruma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Oh, not the suitcase his dead body was gonna be stuffed into. Oh my god. Oh. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? Then what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. Hey Kazuo, what was that at the end there, buddy? So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the result of Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution. Swing and a miss, Kazuma! Swing and a miss! You were so close. Leading the case of the prosecution, Baroque Van Zeeks. And who was leading him, Kazuma? Who was in charge of Van Zeeks? Go one step up the ladder. You're so close. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jikoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Ugh. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baroque Van Zieks.
Objection!
Yeah! I was hoping he would. Kazuma Asoki. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence? Oh wait, but the way that this is gonna like crumble him. Because if Van Zieks didn't know about the fabricated evidence, which I don't think he did, he's gonna be like, then I didn't avenge my brother's death. I got it wrong. Oh my god. Everyone's getting their lives ruined today, baby! Woohoo! And the thing is my theory is kind of that Clint was actually the murderer, which is gonna be even worse. Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zieks. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. Oh, I love that he's the one that figures it out. That's so good. If Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. Okay, Renosuke's figuring it out too. Whatever. I believe I know who it is too. You. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is Iris Wilson, 10 years old. An extraordinary young girl who lives with Mr. Sholmes. She has a degree in medicine. Iris, what the hell were you thinking when you killed him? Mikotoba, and even if it's not, lock him away. Iris, why? Iris. Can we actually... First Nanako? I know. They always think that they hide it when it's Nanako. When it's Iris, they think no one will ever predict this.
Take that!
I just want to know their special dialogue because she's Iris. It's really palpable now. That overwhelming pressure that's making it almost impossible to speak before this gargantuan foe. But I can't back away now. There's no time. What's the matter, Counsel? I take exception to the look you're giving me. I was just gathering my thoughts. I'm ready to voice the defense's opinions now. This is so embarrassing. Very well. But before you do, a penalty for time wasting? Renosuke. Counsel for Defense, reveal your belief about the identity of the Reaper. If you have the courage and the resolve to utter the name, that is. I just had a feeling this name... He didn't even say it out loud! He was so embarrassed.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mael Strongheart. Lord Strongheart. Yeah, the one who put you in the position you're in right now. Kazuma. Isn't that fun? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks. "10 years ago, I was very new to my profession." I'll show you inappropriate, huh? "But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death. So I bleeded, sorry. Let's go again. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death. So I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you." Well, I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jikoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Tee. Haven't we all made a mistake? Wow! The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Gulp. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Hey now, we're the defense, you're the accused. Let's get that. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal. Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
Kazuma!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. I believe that that could happen in an Ace Attorney game, yes. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country! But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Order in court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well. There's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? Mikatoba. So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. I have several. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone, just anyone, who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. If only there was one sexy, if but a little suspicious man. I don't think there is. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. Ryunosuke, please. I'm sorry, Kazuma.
Mr. Naruhodo, isn't there someone rather important whom you've overlooked?
Hmm? Your silence is beautifully eloquent. I take it we've reached the end of this debate, then. Let the matter be closed for good.
Objection.
It's so good. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There is no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please. This trial can't end. Not yet.
But he looked after him and raised him for like 10. Oh, Ryunosuke!
I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks is Iris Wilson, 10 years old, an extraordinary young girl. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I'm not doing it for you is my favorite Ryu line in this game. Isn't it so good? Because it's like Ryunosuke's whole journey has been living in Kazuma's shadow and constantly trying to be Kazuma and constantly trying to be the guy that he thinks Kazuma wanted him to be. And finally he's like, I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it because this is what I want to do. The truth is important to me.
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese? Strongheart, you started like pretty vaguely racist. Not vaguely, you were racist. And then like that kind of fell apart and like you were like kind of chill for a really long time. And now you're just a max racist. Like you just... Yeah. Holy shit. Oh my god. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jikoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Will.
Well then, if his hands were busy doing the autopsy, who the hell do you think wrote the coroner? It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, sorry, I don't know why I did Kazuma's. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. I don't think I will. The defense's demand is denied. What?
But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. But that's exactly why we need witness testimony. Man, seeing Kazuma like actually break is crazy. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seichiro Jikoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection.
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Cinema. Oh, cinema. Mr. Sholmes? This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. Who let him in? May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. No, but I brought my husband.
Objection.
He's here. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seichiro Jikoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. He's here to say? What he has to say? Lord Mayor Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely, it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? No, I don't think so.
After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Order! Order in court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. I thought it was a door. Thank you for the 100-bit. He really is. He's creating the drama. Let us emerge from the shadows. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. Judge absolutely 40 here.
Oh, this is crazy. Oh, this is so crazy. I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed.
Mama, is there a single person here present who can honestly say that?
What's...
This trial should go on. Summon the witness.
This is amazing.
That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese something. Oh, Kazuma! Oh! People believe Kazuma! They believe! My lord, you assured the president that you would now cover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the foundation of British law.
Oh, never mind. Oh my god, is he actually gonna drink? What the hell? A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
Testify! Testify! Wow!
Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be a rather awkward. It will be rather... Testify. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. Then I shall make my escape and run away to France. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Kazuma's face, what the hell, dude? Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of this witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. Wait, on the okay. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Oh, he actually did bring his husband. Pardon? Miktober is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Miktober is here in this courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Yes? Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, one tug? Yeah, okay, let's go. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom, nice, and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. This game might be good. I don't know if anyone knows. I was kind of getting a little lost in the whole assassin thing, and I was kind of like, I don't know, I'm not vibing as hard with it as I thought I would be. But I'm back, like I'm back. Hello. Oh, party's here. Little distance between you two. Why is he just staring him down? Oh god, what voice did I give her? Oh jeez. Kazuma's reaction to Harlock saving the day kills me. Like, it was the first time Kazuma hearing the crowd was the first time Kazuma has felt like Kazuma to me. It's the first time like I've been like, oh, he's still in there. Like Kazuma is still there. That's what I feel as well. You mean 1-1 Kazuma? I do, yes. He believes in you that believes in him. Stop. Mikotoba managed to pick up another daughter in the 30 minutes we haven't seen her. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Why is she just staring at him? I don't know. Good for her. Yujin Mikotoba, a lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Mariah Gorey. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. And potentially me. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just, appeared. Oh, hello.
You summon this strange Japanese man as a...
Okay. Y'all, let's hello first, at least, please.
You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. What the hell, sure. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? Oh god, not again. Oh, no, she didn't talk. Okay. The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. She's just staring in the mask now. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting I'm tired, bro. The prosecution... No. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Thank you for the hydrate as we enter into the voice changer section of the stream.
Mama is false. Okay. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Oh, no.
Oh, girl, don't do that. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. The laugh at the voice changer always gets me. Hearing myself back is just insane every time. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
Oh, so, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of the autopsy that a mass murder was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that—
Nope.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh. You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Very well. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, Western-style? Transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
God, we're all talking, eh? Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikatoba, are you certain about that? Nah, I get that, Ace. I get that. Like, maybe they should have the more, like, mysterious music. Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear in testimony. What the heck? Well, that clears things up nicely. You're looking rather evil right now. The only fabrication here is Sogi has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death. But that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely. With the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. Gull, not with the weapons, if I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it. And the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast— this is what I said! Died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered into the realms of supposition or speculation. Humph. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Nosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Yeah, sister, roll them up. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated.
Hold it!
You couldn't say. No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there were any indication either. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Look, she just wants a woman to get recognition in her field. Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-styled sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
Hold it!
Yes, they are for the girlies. So true, so true. In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? Yes, mauled indeed. Correct, and yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. Oh. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yes, the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. Yet, even. There's a loose dog, ready to go at any moment. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
Kazma's just thinking about the fact that his dad was allergic to dogs and therefore never ever could have done the dog killings. But you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Oh, I bet she was.
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but
you put her in jail.
I've read all the paperwork about the case. Mama told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there was no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Dot, 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 dot.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally.
But she is like going into her mind palace when she does this, right? Like she's just like, oh.
But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean? What if she took the mask off and her voice got deeper? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it?
It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
A ring. It was a ring. Belonging to Genshin Isogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. Can you force a dead person to swallow? Like, could that have been done post-death? I would Google it, but I don't think I want to. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quarter. Oh, shut up. Sorry. On the digitus quarters of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. Your patience is so short with this man. I've forgiven him for his sins and his crimes. I hold nothing against him. I'm usually more supportive of Mikotoba than most, but that was so unnecessary of him. Hannah went full Giselle Brett. Oh, shut up! But I remember that ring. May someone please get me some dihydrogen monoxide or water? Chokes him. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was in this man's stomach. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores of Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. Oh, they're like saying that Clint, like... Okay. Okay. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
Oh, nice. What? That's a crazy ring. Too crazy. Kind of looks like it was like used for something. Whatever.
Here it is. It's a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen it in 10 long years. It was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? It's just that, thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my! Really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it.
Nice.
I was gonna say, the claws crossing the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jaw.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Sorry, Van Zinks, wait a moment. Van Zinks, shh. Van Zinks, shh. This ain't about you. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow!
Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Aww. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about the same size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Okay, little guy. Don't call Clint the throat goat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's dead. If the ring fits. Good for them. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. Interesting. Other superficial external wounds. But no internal? Your disappointment has me crying. It's honestly, I'm impressed, but Throat hellhound is just what? Okay. Presumed to have been swallowed by the Van Zieks, no. Van Zieks! Van Zieks! Van Zieks, no! Van Zieks, stop it! Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest. Correct. After further investigation by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Baroque Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Kazuma, your hatred blinds you. What? Okay, Van Zeeks, don't say the same thing as me. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother this is like actually so crazy to watch Kazuma like this. Like, he's so certain of his own truth and his own belief that he's trying to, like, that's the difference between him and Ryunosuke right now, which is so good because Ryunosuke has been on this whole journey of learning what belief and the truth is to him. And Ryunosuke is willing to get the truth no matter what it is, if it's bad or if it's good. But Kazuma has become so locked into his own version of the truth. And he isn't trying to find the truth, he's trying to find his truth. And like, the differences between them are so sad in like how one has grown and one is falling a little bit. I believe in him though. He'll come back. He's weaponizing belief in a distorted way. Yeah, which is like what Ryunosuke did with Kazuma, which is crazy. Like, I think that's so cool because Kazuma would weaponize Kazuma. Sorry, Ryunosuke would weaponize Kazuma in his own mind to come up with his idea of belief and trust. And now Kazuma himself is doing that. Crazy. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man. What? He exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it?
Poor father. He looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh.
I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened. And remove any trace of doubt.
If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true.
We can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
She's the best in the world, dude. I guess we present the ring to this to be like, this would hurt, actually.
Objection.
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection.
Supposition at best. Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. Damn. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. Okay, I guess the throat goat accusations. Okay, I understand. I get them. I get it. They're really setting it up. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a don't. No, fancy. No. Hold on. Hold on. My brother is the throat goat, don't you know? My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And now you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. I don't know what Dr. Wilson's voice is. God. Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Migatoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Migatoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes at the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one! The government can pay.
I don't think so. Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. Oh. Catching up on the VOD, some of the comments y'all are making about the men in this game are outrageous. Don't worry. When you get to this VOD, you'll see even more. Thank you so much, Memento. Thank you for the 22 mods. Thank you. Welcome back. I hope you're doing very well. Lovely to see you. Sorry, that was the wrong button. Did you hear the beep? Because I can go, what the dare you? Mikatoba, I'm gonna until you, and then I'm gonna whilst you, and then. Okay, sorry. Had my fun.
Oh, we open up the dead to find the truth.
You could Morse code with that. Sorry. I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Oh, I really like her and her mom. Like, their relationship is really cool to me. Okay, sorry. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? I wonder if it's gonna be when, because I noticed the ring when they showed that flashback of him, Genshin saving Manzeeks. The one I recounted to you, but I'm right there with you. The one I've recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
Ugh! I love this picture. It's so good. Because I was thinking... There's a picture of a ring somewhere. Oh, maybe not anymore? I thought we found the ring before. I think I thought it was on... Oh, it was because Vigil had his, like, wedding ring on, and it also has a red gem, and I was like... All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question. Oh. If perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. Wait, so... Yeah, okay. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Because that was after he died. Well, hello. No, why are you so sad again? I know why, but don't. Come on. Shh. Shh. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved. What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you are so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Chills, man.
Wow, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh, Kazuma's face!
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. I don't know why, but I really feel like Clint did the dog murders. And then maybe Genshin did actually do this murder of Clint. But I feel like he was protecting Clint. Or protecting Van Zieks, maybe. And not letting them... Like, he was accepting the responsibility. Much in the way both of the Van Zieks have tried to do. Like, willingly losing their lives to accept responsibility for crimes that aren't their own. I'm sure Kazuma will feel great about that. How's it going, Azza? Welcome. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Is the fog clearing? Kazuma? Oh my god. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole. Okay, he's not fully back. He's not fully back because his music is still wrong. But he's getting there. I think he's getting there. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. That's what you do! Why are you objecting to that? You do that! You are constantly— damn, the flick of the wrist. You are constantly doing this! If the autopsy results were an intervention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Or an intervention, did I just say? Invention. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Objection. Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. God, I want Kazuma to throw in a kitten so bad. Call Van Zeek's kitten. It's time. Or are you forgetting the two people with a connection to that autopsy? Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. The fog is clearing! I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Who's calling who kitten? I want Kazuma to call Van Zeek's kitten. But also Ryanosuke, but that might take longer. Me.
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial.
A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Luxury! Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? He was leaving it all to Kazuma? Is that what they're going? Is that what we're doing? I don't think we have any other evidence.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question. Oh no, it's not! Sorry. Okay, I'll think about it again. You could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why.
If Kazuma-san's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial?
If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face.
So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence.
Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. Ah, that could be it. My lord, the defense would like to— Enough rhetoric. What do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? Does that make any sense? Showing the photograph? Or is that like me connecting too many dots? Maybe. Oh wait, did I just save over? Yeah, I did. Whoops. He was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. What? This? Because he was going to escape?
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, "There are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration." In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. What's up, Strongheart? You okay? In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order. First fabricated evidence, now a jailbreak conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses. People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Governor Kaiden and the poor chief warder of the prison.
We cannot give him another mental breakdown. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. Just summon the governor of the prisoner after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. Is he in the antechamber right now? What?
Father!
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated? What a word. Rattle-pated. Someone who is foolish, giddy, or lacking good sense. A head full of empty thoughts. That's very good. A head full of empty thoughts. Oh, that's him. Yeah, that's him. That's the one. My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated. Pated? I don't know. At times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier.
No thoughts, head empty. Hee hee ha ha.
Asking Governor Kaiden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey is a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that.
Are you telling me that? Yep, they're both in the antechamber, ready to go. Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Sholmes is having the time of his life. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed, as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Yay.
Sholmes just somehow predicting the whole outcome of the trial. He's pretty good at detective stuff, I guess. Who knew? Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Oh god, accent time. Warm up. Warm up. Sector 7, I, Barry Kaiden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Oh! My goodness gracious! Wait, no. Wrong. No. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course.
Persona.
My name is Daily Vigil. Stop! The way he's so sad in this life. You have a wife and children. Please. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Wash, the professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago! And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ugh, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Kaiden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Surely there's some sort of, what's the words? Time limit. There's a fancy word for that. Witness, Governor Kaiden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. Statute of limitations, thank you, thank you. Maybe we don't do that yet. Hold on. Googling history time. When was statute of limitations created? UK. $1540. We were hundreds of years into it. Oh, but 1980 was actually when it was like really done, like really focused. So like 80 years away. Statue of throat goatee. Okay. Clint, you're so missed, King. We have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated, therefore think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. Okay. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief ward of Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Okay. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that was unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. How do Scots usually feel about the British monarchy? I would say most of the time, not quite so positively. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Literally always. What are you saying? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious.
Thank you? I guess.
Very well. Proceed, counsel. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. Clint was also known for his tenacity. He sure was. And you can find out more about that on AO3. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive. Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. You're still here? Okay. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can't even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance that it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, the Queen. I can't give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. I assigned the convict to the chief ward of Vigil. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? Hi, Bobo. That's right. My only role in the scheme was as the scapegoat. Oh. That's right, isn't it? Governor? Bye. Pretty much. Yeah. Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. He tried to kill himself. Alright then. Who else did know about the plan? I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. I wouldn't be surprised that there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell ya is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? Oh, I'm sorry. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
Hold it!
But you did know he was getting special treatment because of the paper. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man who terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Crazy. Hideous treatment. That fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Yeah, I'm sure he was. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Losh, Virgil. I can't apologize enough. No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. Whoa! Good job, Vigil. Actual respect. Because I feel like in so many games, when people do really crazy things, they still get really forgiven. So I'm like, yeah, holy shit. Good for you. And what can you tell us about the situation, Governor Kaiden? Okay, but what if sad sub-story music playing? What if? I didn't can if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may. I didn't care nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do. And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. What's so great about it? Did you carry... Is that why it's called Great Ace Attorney? Because it's set in... I think we should quit. What the hell? It's the final case. Oh, like blueprints! Away! You figured it out. I thought it was more for Great Detective. Maybe it's from 2 things at once. Maybe it was Takumi being like, yo, trust me on this one, guys. Like, this one is the one. Shit. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. I wonder who actually killed Genshin. It probably was Strongheart, but I'm kind of like, what if it was someone else? You killed Genshin? Luxury SUV, what the frick? You've given these men so much trauma. Just so you know. How do you feel about them? Good, I'm glad. I didn't know you were built like that. My bad, my bad. Sorry. Sheesh. Trauma makes them more interesting. Okay, you're cooking. You're cooking. You're cooking. The gacha killed Genshin. I think somehow we will not be too distracted by this. Genshin, has Genshin died? It kind of feels like it has, but I feel like it was killed by just other Hoyo games, like HSR. Anyway, as you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part. Oh, baby, are you okay? It was the last part of the plan. Why does he sound so cute? Star World better than Genshin? Yeah, that's what I've heard. One of the main characters in the new Silent Hill game is voiced by the HSR male protag, and I just cannot take him seriously. If it's that Fox guy, I fear some people in this channel are obsessed with him and want to play the game to meet him, and I don't know who that is, but I really want to play Silent Hill Fox guy. Please let Daily go home to his hot wife, who is probably very worried. She is so hot, and she probably is so worried. Like, look at her. What the hell? Me, 2 minutes without wife. Literally.
Excuse me.
He just needs his wife. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? What isn't wrong? Oh, he's spinning. Please don't have another breakdown. This is what happened last. Okay, he's back. He's back. He's back. He's back. Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Kaiden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, why go to all those lengths, you know? You could just kill him. Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of chicanery mention of an escape? Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. it all happened in that vast chamber of secrets. That is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Go on. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between the Sogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? There's been a wee shooting in the lobby, in the Chamber of Secrets. Governor Kaiden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gods. Aye, go on then. Strongheart is so pissed off. It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. How can I see that myself? After all, did the prosecution have no conclusive evidence against a Carly, eh? This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you'd like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet, the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. I know, it kind of is his normal face now, you're right. So, he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Well, okay, I'm thinking back to the letter, the Asogi papers, and him calling that his last weapon. But is that what they're looking for? I don't know. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later.
I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
Then perhaps something compelled him to agree.
What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
Okay.
Bum, 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 bum.
I think maybe the Asogi papers here. I'm eating a pizza with truffle, ham, and covered with cheese. Pizza. That sounds peak. What? Truffle. Damn. Because the fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Apparently Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. Kitten. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havers, the fella couldn't he possibly have had anything like that? But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? Please unhand that. He's very floppy. But also it looks like his arms are gonna fall out of his body. Please be, okay, just a little gentle, please. You can't touch me now. And stop shaking him. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on that paper? I forgot what voice I gave Genshin. I think I just gave him Kazuma's voice. The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak. That document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but... I'm so jealous of this man's eyelashes. They're so beautiful. That will was nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaiden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all cost, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jinx. What the blazes are you blathering about? That the will was found right and proper in this fella's cell where I said it would be. How can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, ow, from top to bottom. Stop! He's so gentle. He's so delicate. Well, you didn't do a proper job here, you peely wally galoot. What does that mean? You can't criticize me now. You don't understand, I have the hottest wife in London. You can't insult me. I showed it to you afro, did I not, young lawyer? Yes, you did. Okay, Renosuke, that was kind of creepy. I have the documents here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? I like hate it, but I love it when Kazuma is like this upset, but he's like begging Ryunosuke to help him. Oh. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? Well, as has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. I That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. You're an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. Ow, no! I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time! If the will was fake, where was the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now, you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself.
It's clear that the jailbreak was Mortimer by someone in the prosecutor's office. This looks so good. What the hell?
Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious facts?
What did you just say?
Testify! 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 The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. Mama, don't you agree?
Darling, I brought you here under the, after the promise that you would remain silent.
Mama, but the law, it's amazing.
I know, darling, I know. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. I'm gonna be a lawyer too, Mama. Mama, one day I want to be a lawyer.
Okay, darling. Well, better get learning. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. Ow, the night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. What if it's on the body? No, does that make sense? I don't know. I'm thinking about how we could get it. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. There you go. A kimono, I think it's called. Is that it? That's the whole thing? Oh no. Oh. In his kimono? That's a lie! Ow! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true. Clint also swallowed them, as he is wont to do. That Clint and swallowing, eh? My god. What are you not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh, you wee waff finger? There has nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Oh. What? Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Guys, if you need some time alone together, like, just let us know. You can get this out and come back. Little and large. What a double act. We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. Me too, Holly. I love it. I think it's great. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you can't deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. This face is crazy.
Yeah.
So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. He loves it when a plan comes together.
Rubs his little evil hands together.
As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi.
Hold it!
So would that mean that you converse with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there were precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. God, I love it. I love that Van Zieks is so assured of his own belief and his own trust, and then Kazuma is so assured of his own belief and his own trust, and then Ryunosuke is just like trying to find the truth, and it's so good. Like, it really does feel like everything has been building towards this. This is the true culmination of everything. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. So just one. I would say. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. It was just like so much drama, like I had to leave that job, like it was just non-stop. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. I like the bampot you are. You didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. Are you one to talk? I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. Oh, man, that just makes me think of Kazuma. This is Kazuma. This is Genshin. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. All the workplace drama you hate to see it. Like, why can't we all be friends? Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Berkeley, obviously. Wait, what? Before? Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. So what was he writing? His second will? A fake will? In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ah. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. Oh, well, the defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prison governor, can he be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office? In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I am unable to offer an explanation here and now. Great, so you do have one. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. Okay, campers, we're gonna do a show trial. Now we just need to commit some crimes for the trial. I watched Total Drama Island for the first time this year, I think. And I'm certain that those campers committed crimes. I couldn't tell you which crimes. They're just like crimes. Absolutely. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery then. Harlock has his ear pressed to the door and he's like, okay, I need to get the notary from the prosecutor's office. I must be off at once. He is sprinting around London. He is trying his best. He's doing so much work. Chris Mulkeen is insane. He was my second favorite character. But he was nuts, yes. Absolutely bonkers. My favorite character was, I've forgotten her name. Lindsay? The blonde one. Blonde girl in season 1. Well, the thing is about that will. Heather number 1. Was Heather the evil one? Yeah, she was. Okay. I did like Heather. But there was a certain point where I was like, I need Heather to go. Bow, 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 bow. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It can't have disappeared completely in my face." Aye, well, it's done to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
Get him, Susato! The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. I liked Duncan. I think I like Duncan. I also... I liked... I don't remember her name at all. I don't know. That's right. Courtney? I did like Courtney! Yes, that wasn't who I was thinking of, but I did like Courtney quite a lot. Yes. And before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead.
You mean...
The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. Oh. That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As a governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I I didn't ken before, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell ya is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will? Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Ah! Continue with your testimony then, witness. The document was in the folds of the fella's robe. A kimono, I think it's called. In Mr. Asogi's kimono. Aye. The one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Thank you so much, Hex. I was truthfully losing the plot a little with the whole like assassin plot stuff, but I'm back in it now that we're back to the Reaper and I'm like locked in. He was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed. He had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword! Kuruma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence. The wardens carry firearms at all times and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Well, your witness testimony is contradicting each other. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say...
Is that right?
Is that right? Oh no! I'm sorry to say the letters just look like a squirming mess of jet black earthworms to me. Are you okay?
Excuse me.
Is everything alright?
Thank you so much, Hex. That's really lovely.
I'm sad it's coming to an end. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Always. At all times. I never don't. Mr. Vigil! Sir! I was Scarlet, sir. Wait, but there was scarlet ink found. Oh, I just got shivers. Ah! All the hair is just standing up on end. Ah! The ink. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It was Scarlet, sir. What? Ryunosuke! Remember the evidence! For once in your life! Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Oh. It's okay, take your time. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Ryunosuke!
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance? Possibly or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
He's leaning in every direction.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Dude. We're on fire today. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. Then how did the ink stains get on Clint? What the hell, man? But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness, is that really what you saw? Oh, sir! Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Ugh, dinna ever. You can plainly see the writing here, and it's black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. Who's the Earl of Hell? Oh well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? That would be Satan. He wears a waistcoat? Damn. Oh, well no, I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his bag. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add. Is this a real Scottish expression? That's cool. I've never heard it. I love it. Earl of Hell. I need to incorporate that into my daily language. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Casimir's father holding, I wonder? What if it wasn't his will, but it was Clint's will? Or... that's the only solution I can think of. This accent is likely intensity training for whenever you played Dragon Quest game. There are Scottish people in Dragon Quest? Oh lord, yeah. Really? Whole towns of them? The new Dragon Quest looks beautiful. The remake? It looks gorgeous. If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once. It has a lot of accents. I never knew. That's so cool. Time to do our first Dragon Quest playthrough? That testimony doesn't give much away. I was thinking Dairy Queen too, I'm not gonna lie. So this will was really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead. Which means he must have had some bargaining power. Really, Julia? That sounds so cool. I, as terrified of like Metroidvania and platformer and I don't know if they are automatically linked. Castlevania is the one
game, I'm like, I have to play this at some point. I have to. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something. You know, Sky. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. That would be really cool to watch you play. I don't know, with Castlevania, is that like a set order you should play, or is it like no matter what order you play, you just get a cool different history going on? The canon is mega wacky, I see. There technically can be, but you can just dip your toe in the big ones to start. Okay, that's probably what I'll do then. Symphony of the Night is the one I'd recommend. Cool. Is this our first 6 testimony? I'm pretty sure I have it, but I want to save because everything is so scary. Where's the autopsy? Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring finger of the right hand, as if he had been writing.
Objection.
So it's one of my favorite OSTs. I don't think I've ever heard it. My only experience with Castlevania is the Castlevania show, which I had very mixed feelings about. But despite my mixed feelings about it, I loved all of the characters. I just didn't love like how they were shown off in the TV show. So that makes me want to like get to know it. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Have it again. You've no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes. And there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. Cute. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. God, do you ever think about how Van Zieks thinks about Clint and just you're like, buddy? The fact that he says it like this, should ink have sullied his fingertips, as if Clint is just like the most pristine, perfect, like he idolizes him so hard that even ink would sully him. Like, ugh. Crazy. What is your point, Council? The pedestal's in the sky, in heaven. My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember... No, that's not your voice. I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. but Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil. Sir, when you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. But not his! Clint's! This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Ugh. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No. What?
Objection!
Oh, he's losing it. This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh. That is what it would mean, yes? No. Impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. Was it admitting that some people? Maybe? It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
Objection. No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion, but with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. Oh god, he's gonna... Ow, 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 ow. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Miss Susato.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Oh. Yes, you're right. She makes me cry, man. I love her. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke. Oh my god! As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact a confession.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession. Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Oh. Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. Even his eyes, like, they haven't changed, but they look like redder to me, as if he's like tearing up a little bit. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. That was like actually one of the most chilling moments I've ever experienced in a game. The way the music timed with his scream. Like my body is like full of chills. Oh. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. No, they're literally gonna besmirch the man that he loves so much. No! Oh my god. Vilest nature. Oh no, this is awful! Oh my god. My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Barak Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor.
Oh!
Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Oh my god, what the hell, dog?
Order. Order in court! Lord Van Zieks. I love that they give him so much movement in this. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Did you have any pet dogs at home? Or... Tell me, did your brother own a dog? He was always nice to me. He never even bit me once. Yes, he did. Balmung. Not Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took a Balmung. People really will say my dog is friendly, like he doesn't, I promise he's friendly, and then they'll just rip your fucking throat out. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Jewels, eh? That's interesting. I wonder if anyone's seen a collar like that. With a big B on it. A jewel-studded collar. That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B.
Oh my, you know it.
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. Oh. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung's.
I wonder what
Hair color she would have had, or does have, continues to have.
Is she dead? Is she alive? The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. Why would her hair color be relevant? Are you forming any insanely specific theories? Used to say. But it could equally have been from human prey.
So it is true then. Clint Van Zinks really was the professor.
Impossible. These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own.
Pay attention, mate. You come here.
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed. And still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That, though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth.
Yay.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zinks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Oh my god. Clint. Cinema. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain. Who's talking? Still a Strongheart? And indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology. And Baker Street? Or is he? I don't know who's talking. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zinks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. Oh, okay. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor. Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He is using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea. And as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks' mansion on his own. We can only imagine now that what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this.
But the fact that it wasn't Kuruma that was used. And I keep thinking about the fact that it says that it was a Western-style sword that killed Clint Van Zieks. And the fact that Kuruma is meant to slice evil in two. So did Genshin not believe him to be evil? How I want to know what Genshin thought. Why does he have to be dead? I have questions. I need answers.
I don't believe this.
So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
Oh.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time.
Oh.
I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. Oh, Gregson.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks.
Man, and then Gregson's whole career has been like based on this legacy that was just a lie.
The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yeah, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shredded conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets. And Genshin's ring was taken. That was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You. Kazuma Asogi. Me. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. Then you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque Van Zieks? Yeah. It was a great idea. Maybe. That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What? What reason?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson.
My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? I have successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all in aid of like keeping London safe.
Music? Oh, music? Oh! Ooh. If it's for nationalism, then I guess it's okay. That's what Trails in the Sky second chapter says, so... There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Ooh. Damn. Now I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can you do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes. I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. Oh. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And what made you suspect? And that made you? And that made you suspect, yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Isogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Ugh. Van Zieks? Or are we saying that there are more pieces of evidence? Because of this red inked will or document? I'm actually not sure at all. I'm gonna say Van Zieks because I think it is Strongheart with the evidence, but I think the vibes of it being Van Zieks are kind of there. And if I'm wrong, then that's okay. It was Lord Van Zeeks, I'm sure of it. Something about what he just said was a little jarring. Come on, Ryunosuke. Go over it again. Find it. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? Okay. I thought we'd move past this. When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? I fail to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words? Man, we've been streaming for so long, and my brain is going, and I don't know when there's a good stopping point, and I'm gonna explode. I honestly thought we'd stop at the previous cross-examination. My plan was literally after the last cross-examination, I was gonna stop then, after we'd concluded it. And then things kind of went a little crazy. I should have stopped before. Out of curiosity, is there gonna be a good stopping point? Like, soon-ish? Here? Not really. This is a good stopping point? Then maybe we stop here. This is probably the best. Here is good. Okay, let's stop here then. And then at least I'll have an active brain for the rest of the case. Ugh. But the evidence, it'll be here tomorrow. This is great. Great game. I was kind of worried because I really wasn't vibing with like the assassin stuff. And I was just like, oh, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. But I'm so glad that like I got so fully back in when they kind of moved away from that. If we finish tomorrow, will you do bonus stuff Saturday? Yeah, I guess so. I'm down to do that. I think. Yeah. Any thoughts on what you might do Saturday? Oh, yeah, I think we'll do, if there is like bonus content people want me to do, we can probably do that. I guess it depends how long stream tomorrow is. 2. We'll see what happens. I won't say anything is like set in stone. but we'll vibe and see what happens. Thank you all so much for hanging out. What a time to be alive, especially if your name is Kazuma or Van Zeeks. Yeah, we can look at all the art and all the extra stuff and stuff like that. Anywho, I'll be back tomorrow. Please feel free to join the Discord if you would like to, as always. Shattered a few men's lives. Yeah. Cool, eh? It happens. I'll be back tomorrow. I can't do streams this long, man. I lose my mind and it's not fun. I become so... Anywho, we'll be back tomorrow. Please look forward to it. And I'll see you in the Discord, or I'll see you there. Bye!